Okay, I'm going to refresh because everyone's frozen and I don't know why.
Hello.
1 minute.
Good start.
As it sprints to me if there's no like a bajillion technical issues.
We love a technical issue.
What is everybody reading?
I love the way that we're both like everything.
I know.
I just noticed that. All the things. I'm going to start off with the buddy read chapters for today.
Don't know what's happening.
I'm very excited for that, Amy. And then I'm going to read, not that. Carol's is still on here. We're doing that. I'm going to read Sour Candy because it's only like 84 pages and it's my entrance ticket for Magical Hopathon.
Mm-hmm.
So let's start that downloading. And then I have an array of manga that I can pick from. It's probably going to be this one. You know, maybe some short stories. You know, I'm just living my best life today. I'm in such a good mood, which is a vast contrast to yesterday. So I'm here. I'm here to read. Let's go. I got a stack already. Flash out the prompts left and right. Let's go. It's going to be chaos, and I apologise in advance, but I'm not.
Yeah, if it helps, I'm slowly getting drunk, so and I'm half tired already, so it's going to be chaotic for me as well.
I feel like it's a really good combination.
Me and Jem are always
just
a
gonna
good
be great,
combination.
yeah.
We like bounce off each other to the point where it's just 100% chaos, and that's without the alcohol.
Pretty much, yeah.
You can't call me out because I'm going to be reading on my Kindle. Stay there.
I actually read, you know how I was like, I'm going to read that 40-page book, so I'm like 2 out of 5 on the Magical Readathon.
Yeah.
I did that. I was like 40-page book, and I still stopped in the middle of it to go to sleep. It was like 30-page book, and I'm like, page 12. I'm going to go sleep now. I'll finish it in the morning.
Ashley, that was a one-sitting book if ever I've seen one. Come on. You didn't let yourself down. You let the team down.
When you're like, I should be able to do this in one sitting, but nah, I'm going to go sleep now. It's bedtime.
We all moved because Ashley went out, and now I'm confused.
Amy, you can if you drag my window back up towards where Silky is, it does change them over again. If that'll appease Jem.
I'm now even more confused.
Oh, you're still at the bottom. There you go.
Now it makes sense. What am I going to be like when Liv gets here?
You'll still be in the same spot, won't you? No, actually, you'll move up to the top. One of you as well, because there's a go 3 and then 2.
Oh my god. How will my brain compute?
It won't.
I like how you're like, I'm going to read 18 books on this sprint, but like, you know how boxes work.
I'm going to read so much, but will I remember any of it? Probably not.
Probably not.
It's like a hyper child.
What did you have for dinner? Was it just like a bit dab-dabs and cola?
I wish. That would have been amazing. I had sausage, chips and beans. It's giving me beans.
So for anyone who hasn't noticed, Gemma is hyper.
Sorry. Carry on. I apologise.
It's all right. Oh, I'm just
swinging up a little bit.
Silka, what are you reading?
Well, I haven't decided yet. I am probably going to read The Prison Healer.
So pretty.
Might also read...
Oh, no, yes.
Might also read this one, which is a Danish one, short story collection thing. So...
I think you know what gets my vote. Do I even need to...
Really?
It wasn't
I don't think I can guess. No.
It's definitely the short stories. It's definitely the short stories.
Oh yeah, obviously. Yeah. 100%.
What are you reading, Ashley?
I'm reading Black Beauty, which is like my book club book for this month. But I've just been kind of like, I usually leave it to closer to the live shows, but I just keep picking it up, and I was like, you know what? If I keep picking it up, I'm clearly in the mood for it. So I'm best to read it now instead of when I'm not in the mood for it, and then being like, I don't want to read it now. So reading through this one. And what about you, Amy? Because all it says is all the books, and I feel like that's basically the exact same as Gem.
Pretty much. I'm going to read my Pages of Whisper Down the Lane for the day, and then I'm going to start Dead to the World by Charlene Harris. Can't wait for my next Suki book. I've been so buzzing. Hi.
Good idea.
I could hear extreme, like, I could hear the giant squeak, but I was trying to tell whether it was Gem or not.
It wasn't me. I'm sitting perfectly still.
Coming in.
It wasn't me this time for once.
No, it was Bailey.
Ow. I just full on kicked my desk leg.
Where's Bailey? Show Bailey.
Are you coming up?
Come on, Bailey.
He is not.
The audacity.
I know. I've got a blanket and everything. Is she coming?
I've never seen Bailey.
Oh, I'm sure he'll come up at some point.
Better.
Look at you just hating my dog.
Show me the puppy. I'm not allowed a dog, so I need to live vicariously through you.
Why are you not allowed a dog?
Because Danny's a big meanie.
Well, just be like, here, you see if you ever want to love me again. Give me a puppy.
Puppy.
I have like the best.
Huh?
I have like the best picture of my parents' dog, and I felt like I needed to share it.
Oh, Luke!
He looks like an absolute maniac, and I freaking love it.
Amazing.
Have you ever seen that TikTok of the blind dog who finds the ball by himself?
No.
Have you ever seen it? Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen it.
He finds the ball by himself, and every time he finds it by himself, he gets really excited. And she's like,
Yeah.
"You find it," and then the dog's like,
like my TikTok at the moment is 50% dogs, and then the rest is books. So
that's
See, I don't use TikTok anymore, but see my whole entire Instagram feed. See, I don't use TikTok anymore because I just found myself wasting too much time on it, and I just wasn't happy with that direction. So like, I still use my Instagram a lot, but like all my Instagram reels and like my explore page is just all pictures of Malamutes, and I'm like, I'm fully okay with that. And Samoyeds, and it's literally just like all the white fluffy clouds, and I'm like, I am fully okay with my whole time just being fluffy dogs. And then I like have it on loud. My dog just stares at me like, excuse you, I am right here. Like, do you mind? And I'm like, no, you don't give hugs. Those ones are really cute and cuddly and probably do give hugs. So I like them. So lovely to my own dog.
Oh, they're so expensive and they take up a lot of time. Like maybe when Jensen's older, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, that's fine. They're very reasonable arguments. But one day, if this carries on too long, you're going to come home. Oh no! Look what I accidentally did. It's a dog. Oh,
I would feel like I'd be a best friend for Jensen, and we can grow up together, and it'll be wonderful. Look at that family dynamic, though. Because you know,
gotta have a dog. You gotta have one. So I'm wearing him down slowly but surely.
Yes.
Good.
Something is stabbing me.
Gemma?
Sorry, I'm being stabbed in the eye by what I hope is a hair. Otherwise, I'm not sure what it is. I don't know. I quite fancy getting a greyhound. I quite like to get a rescue greyhound because a lot of them, once they're not fast enough to race, they just get given up. And there's actually a greyhound rescue near me. And I was like this the other week. I was like, oh no, did you know this greyhound rescue near here, Danny? And he was like, no. I said, oh God, look, this is Alfie. He really needs a home. He was like, I'm sure he does. So he really needs a home. And he was like, Gemma. I was like, oh, okay. They were described, greyhounds are described as the world's fastest couch potato. That's my kind of because they go for like a short, crazy walk where they just go mental, and then they're like, done that, 20 minutes, lovely job. Where's the sofa? My kind of dog. Let's have a cuddle. Come on. That's what I really want you for, cuddles.
Bailey is
I thought when I got a puppy, I was like, when I got a 3-month-old puppy, I was like, yes, I can have cuddles. But if you go to cuddle Strider, he will rip your arms off. Like, he will full on attack you if you go to hug him. He will snarl at you, like, get off of me. Like, I don't know what you're playing at. Get away from me right now.
Do not touch
Like, he likes kisses. He will accept kisses. And you're allowed to pet him sometimes. Like, even then, half the time he's like, stop touching me. But if you go to hug him, he will try to attack you. He's like, no. Go away.
My parents' dog, he almost looks offended if you get up from a chair and you don't pet him. He always looks at you like, excuse me? You just walked past me? How dare you? And that's just how he is. He also thinks that every time he gets inside, it doesn't matter if he's been out on a walk or just outside, he thinks he deserves a treat. So he just sits in front of the place where they keep the treats, and he's just like, well, someone better give me a treat. I deserved it. I went outside. Did you see that? I went through the door.
Anytime I get home from a
and
walk,
back in.
Anytime I get back from a walk, Ty'll sit down and he'll look up at me like, remember you said I was a good boy on that walk? And then he'll start walking to the kitchen, and then he'll sit outside the kitchen and just stare at me like, was I good enough? But if he's been like pulling and stuff, I'll be like, no, you were pulling too much. So he just runs back and goes in the living room and lies down. But he's like, if I was good, I know I get a treat. So I'm reminding you that I need the treat now. But usually he's quite good.
Bless him. I saw a TikTok earlier, like not long before we come on. This guy, and he's like, oh, let's see what happens if I ignore my dog. And he sat next to the dog, and the dog was like, you're gonna stroke me or what? And then he's like, kept trying
my
to
dog
like
would love that.
Like nuzzle him and like kept moving a little bit closer. And then he just head on him, and the guy was still like,
oh my goodness.
Smiling.
He just looks so dumb sometimes that it's just. But I freaking love him.
Like, goofy.
Very goofy.
Yeah.
Very.
Whereas if you sat next to my dog and fully him, he'd be the happiest dog. He'd be like, yes, keep doing that. Just I will tell you when I'm ready for some attention.
At the end of the TikTok, the dog put his head on his lap, and then when he was ignored, he like huffed and turned around and put his head like and did like the sad dog pose with his head on the arm of the sofa. And I was like, "You hug him right now! Go at him! How dare you!" So all I'm saying is he better have got some like proper love after that, because that's outrageous. Almost as outrageous as seeing a dog stretch and not saying, "Oh, big stretch."
I do that. I do.
Yawning as well. Oh, you big yawn.
Yeah, it's the dog.
I actually do it in English, which makes no sense because it's just randomly, and then I say, "Ooh, big stretch," and then keep talking Danish, and I'm like, I don't know.
So ingrained.
It's just I have to say it. I have to. I can't help myself.
Pause. Jump.
I always tell people when they come to my house that Bailey is aggressively affectionate. Like, he will not tolerate like if you didn't give him attention, and he'll jump on you, and he's like such a stocky wee dog, and he will put all his weight on you and pin you down and just kick you. Like, and if you aren't all right with that, break up the gaff.
Oh, cute.
There he is.
Do that
So
one.
adorable.
See,
My
he
sister
likes
used to have
attention, but only if it's to come with toys. Like
Anytime is acceptable.
he's
My
like,
sister used to
give me
have
that
a Stafford
grab.
cross that was so strong it was ridiculous. But he was like the most affectionate dog in the world. So when we went around his house, my mum has lupus, so he used to have to be locked away, and you just see him like in dog jail, like, no, let me in. It's like, no, you'll literally send mum flying. Like, you can't. You have no self-control.
Baby's
like,
between a staffy and a lab, so he's like so stocky. I think he thinks he's like a tiny wee lap dog, and he's no, he's a ton weight.
It's like when you see Great Danes like climb onto their owner's laps on the sofa. It's like, you can't do
Yes.
that. You're bigger than your owner. Get off.
I really like Great Danes, and it's a dog that I would consider getting. But I've also heard that they like kind of need a second dog to not be lonely if you're somebody who yeah. So a lot of people that work not from home would then have 2 Great Danes, and I can't.
That's a lot. In
I'm a tiny person. I can't. I can't control that big a dog.
Someone has a Great Dane round here, and sometimes I see him like walking him, and I'm like, that's a horse.
Exactly. But I just think that they're absolutely adorable.
They are.
I freaking love
He's just
them.
like this. Like the guy's like,
yeah.
He's walking here.
And I'm tiny. I cannot. It would be taller than me. I'm convinced.
Dog. You could just like get on the dog's back and go, walk on. It'll be getting great exercise.
Yes.
We can all figure
I think
out.
that's perfect. That's perfect. That's what I'm gonna do.
You better send me a picture one day of you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, you come on, you promised.
Yeah, I've got a full-bred border collie, so like he's either really hyper or really lazy. There's no in between. So either he'll sleep for like a full day and be like, just leave me alone, or he will get so hyper that you literally have to spend like a good hour trying to calm him down because he's just full-on collie. But he's usually good. It's just the fact that like if he does go into like a crazy manic thing, it's like trying to make him remember to like sit down, and then it's like give a paw to like try and like use that part of his brain that'll kind of like stimulate him and kind of get him to calm down again. But like if you can't get him to calm down, you're there for a good hour, an hour and a half, and you're just there like, when do you calm down?
Never.
Where's all this energy?
Never calms down.
Right, shall we go for the 30-minute sprint?
Oh, but just very quickly.
Oh yeah, sprint.
This is my dog from when I was a kid. So the picture's not very good because obviously this was in the 90s. Might have been the early noughties. So it's a picture of a photograph. And there she is.
Oh,
She was a boxer and her name was Pepper. And we think that they switched it out and gave us the runt because that was as big as she got. And she was a boxer. Quite big.
I think
and she was like the best dog ever.
Whatever would have been so adorable.
She was great with people. Like she would lie in front of the fire, and if you like move towards her, she'd just lift up her legs on one side so that you could crawl between them and then close them over you and give you like a hug.
Oh.
But if you were another dog, she'd have you. I once watched this puppy boxer chase a full-grown Alsatian across a field.
Wow.
It was like, bye then.
Oh damn. It's like you will die. Come back. You're too small.
Oh no, the Alsatian was in fear, was running away in fear.
Oh my god.
Bailey
was
doesn't
amazing.
understand when other dogs are trying to be aggressive or when like they don't want to play. He permanently just thinks it's a game, and we're like, it is not. Like, learn when you're going to get your face eaten off, and he's just like, can we play? Can we play? It's like, no, mate, you can't. That dog wants to eat you.
Oh god, love it. But yeah, sorry, you want to go for a sprint, and I just derailed us again.
We do 30 minutes or?
Yeah, sounds good.
Cool, brilliant. Let me figure out this screen sharing data.
Ready.
My chapters are like 3 pages a chapter. Like I can go for any amount of time and I'll still finish a chapter in time. Like pretty sure you could put 5 minutes on it, and I said like chapter, guys. Like
Don't tell us
sorted.
your progress in pages. Just be like, yeah, I read 10 chapters. We'll be like, what the fuck?
I know.
It's crazy.
Maybe I should do that. See how many chapters I can get through.
So accomplished.
Right, let's go then. Hello.
Hello.
How did we get on?
I read about 25 pages.
Ooh.
So I think I'm about halfway through today's pages.
Excellent.
I'm really enjoying it.
Good.
My dog doesn't like the beep. It's been non-stop barking since. Like, he's still barking. I don't know if you can hear him.
Sorry.
He's literally non-stop barking. He like heard that beep and he's been going like off. And I'm like, he didn't like that beep. Like, I've never seen him react so badly to a timer ever. Like, he hated that. He's like, what is that? What is happening?
It did make
He
me
maybe
jump.
thought it was like the doorbell or something, like the beep of it. Maybe.
Who's
Yeah.
at my house?
No one should be.
Time. Hey, did you get on, Salka?
Oh. You there?
It's just frozen for me. So
Yeah, I think so.
You think so?
maybe.
I can't tell. I can't tell whether you're free. Like, I can't tell what's happening. Like, you keep breaking up a little bit, but I can hear
Oh,
you,
you're
and I
back.
can't tell whether you're just pulling a face or whether you're frozen.
I think it's my acting really strange. It's trying to figure out if you can actually hear what I'm saying.
It's really breaking up, like really
Yeah.
badly. We can kind of make you out a
Okay,
little
give me a
bit,
second.
but not enough to
Yeah,
properly know.
Okay, give
Hey,
me
did you get on, Ashley?
I read 4 chapters, almost finished, almost got to 5 chapters. So
Many chapters.
I know, right?
Nice.
But in reality, I only actually read
2 pages.
15. I read 15 pages.
Good.
Love it.
I
How's it
read
going?
40.
Jesus, I was really slow. We're reading the same book. Shit.
How much did you say you read, Jem? I missed it because my
25.
dog was barking like a maniac.
25. I read 2 chapters.
Ooh.
Amy, you know
Yeah.
the bit where it's talking about Sean, that whole chapter gave me like a really weird feeling. But when he said by the power of Grayskull, as He-Man says, like, no, not He-Man. All I can hear is Hot Fuzz when they go by the power of Grayskull. That's all I can hear.
I've literally got He-Man in my head now, and I'm gonna really want to watch He-Man after this Sprints have ended. And I've got like a DVD set of the original proper 80s one, not this new Netflix one. I'm like, no, it has to
I
be
didn't know
proper,
they did a new
proper.
Netflix one.
I didn't
Yeah,
know there was a
they
new
made
one.
they made a remake of He-Man,
I feel
which
like
nobody needs. We don't need that. We just want the normal campy 80s one, you know? Like, come on.
I just really want to watch Hot Fuzz again. I fucking love that film. I must have seen
That's
it
on
about
Netflix
30
too, I
times.
think. Everything's on Netflix.
I'm watching that at some point this weekend. Oh God. Oh, crazy. Hello?
Are you
Are
there?
we better?
Kinda, yes.
Yeah, you froze for a second, but the sound is better.
I think you froze again. But no, maybe?
I don't know.
I
I'm
can
just
see
moving, so you
moving.
can tell me if I'm
Swaying.
frozen.
Just keep swaying and we'll tell you.
Like,
All
froze!
right.
Yeah, you're
No,
frozen.
motion sickness.
Am I frozen?
You were then. 'cause you were like this.
Ah. Well, at least it's not the sound.
Yeah, the sound is better.
If you look
Well,
like
I
a
think it's not
daft
a
sign,
sound.
at least we can hear you.
Yeah. Yes, the book with a D. She can't remember what it's called, can she? Hi,
What?
Katie.
Hi.
The book with a D.
Yeah.
The horse, the mole, the cat, the hat. I don't know. Something else describes all the animals. The mole, the cat, the mouse, the turnip, and the I don't know. You know
All
that
the
book
animals
that's like
except
the
a
white
dog.
book and it has like a horse that has about 5 different animals listed on the cover for some bizarre reason.
Like
that
The
one.
boy, the mole, the fox, and the horse. That
I
doesn't
think
sound right.
so.
That
I think
that
so.
sounds
Is
right.
there a dog in
Does that sound right?
it? Is there a dog in it? I don't know.
There's no dog in it because we were saying if only there was a dog in it.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm like, I'm just gonna do cat in the hat. Cat in the hat and the mole in the house and we're just gonna
The boy, the mole, the fox, and the horse. I was right.
that's
Did I say
it.
wrong?
Emma.
Look at me go.
I feel like some sort of weird memory game, just trying to remember the name of the book.
And there's another one as well, and I'm just like, oh,
There's
God,
another
just
one?
pick an animal. I'm sure there's another one.
There's another one. This is brilliant.
The boy, not the boy, the boy, the mole, the fox, and the horse, and then I'm sure there's another one. It is called the woman, the mink. Jesus, the woman, the mink, the cod, and the donkey. Where are they
What?
getting these names?
The women, the mink, the cod, and the donkey.
Yeah. I feel like, oh, it's a parody. That one's a parody.
Oh.
It's a parody. Oh, and this is the other one. Oh no, this is the same one. Oh, I'm so confused. I swear there's another one, but it's not that one.
Oh, Katie's saying that there is another one with a panda.
See? Not a cod.
But not a cod.
I think it should be.
I need to know the panda one. I need to know if it's just as manic of a title.
Well, I assumed it would be by the same person, but it doesn't seem to be on his page. He looks quite scary. I'm not really sure that this was a good picture for him. Can I share it?
Do it.
Sorry.
Share it.
Here we go. Oh, there it is. Am I?
I think Amy needs to approve it.
Oh,
Oh,
oh wow.
he looks slightly
Oh.
Yeah,
deranged.
he definitely does.
That is the worst photo someone could ever take for an author photo
This
ever.
is concerning to me. Let's zoom in.
Wow. Oh,
That's nightmare fuel. I think if his eyes weren't so wide, it wouldn't be so scary. He's looking into my soul. We've lost Ashley. She's gone.
I can't break eye contact with this man. Actually, stop it. Like,
We're all going to dream of this tonight. He's gonna.
I really, really hope that you're wrong.
He's going to haunt our dreams.
No thanks.
But either he didn't write the other book or plagiarism. The panda.
Panda,
Oh,
the cat, and
it
the
is by a
dreadful
different
teddy.
person. The panda, the cat, and the dreadful teddy. That's also a parody. This man has written a book that everyone loves, and everyone's just like, yeah, well, we're going to do parodies.
And take the utter mick out, yeah?
Yeah. I do think the women, the mink, the cod, and the donkey is I might have to get that one.
That is amazing. That is amazing.
I want to see what it's like inside.
Ashley is just dying on here. Hi, Kevie. His face looks like he's made a smell and wants to blame someone else.
Yeah. Or like he's trying to convince a child to take the blame. It was you. Say it was you.
See, when you were saying like trying to
Yeah,
convince a child, I didn't know where the rest of that sentence was going to go. But, like, Katie, I'm fully expecting you to do some digging into this author and do spilling the biscuit tea about him, because I feel like
there's got to be some skeletons in his closet.
this time for me. Oh, brilliant. I've not heard of that one, Kevie, but let me know if you're liking it. And
I don't know if you can see this on camera, but I'm like actually crying. Like, I don't know if you can tell by how shiny my eyes are right now, but like literally crying.
I think I genuinely think we should all get that book and read it.
Yes,
I agree.
Get your Google
It
foo
sounds
out.
like a plan.
Yeah. Not the original, just the
No,
parody
the
one.
parody.
Why would we get the original?
I don't want to read the
What are
one
you
that
talking
everyone
about?
says is like brilliant and has like a lot of acclaim. I want to read the ones taking the piss out of it.
You should do a reading vlog where you read the original and then see if the parodies are actually better.
You know what? When I was growing up, there was parodies everywhere, and I distinctly remember reading Lord of the Rings and Barry Trotter. Did you ever read them?
No.
Not read them, but I
don't
know
think
there
they
is.
was my age range. I'm pretty sure they had a lot of swears in them, but I was like all over it as a kid. Like, yeah, give me the Barry Trotter. And yeah, I really want to find them. I used to have it, and I think I gave it away.
I'm sure
Is-
there's like I'm pretty sure there's a Hunger Games one and a Twilight one, like parody ones. And I'm like, I just want all of them.
Oh my god, there's
Well,
a
I've
whole
only heard of like the
series.
parody movies of the movies.
They're
Like the
literally my
Twilight one,
comfort
where they
watches.
turn into
They're hilarious.
flowers or something like that. I haven't
Yes.
seen it, but I've seen the trailers like a million times.
The Barry Trotter is now a trilogy.
A trilogy of
The
parodies.
trilogy. Barry Trotter and the Unauthorized Parody, Barry Trotter and the Unnecessary Sequel, and Barry Trotter and the Dead Horse.
Dead horse.
It's like beating a dead horse, isn't it? It just keeps going. I might have to rebuy them. Need to know.
I genuinely couldn't tell,
We
right?
need to know.
If you say dead horse or dead horse.
Oh, Dead Horse. Dead Horse. That's a whole different book. Barry Trotter and the Dead Horse is a whole nother.
How is that?
Have you,
So magical.
Oh, can I cope? Oh god.
Oh my god. Do you remember, speaking of parodies, when French and Saunders used to do all those great parodies?
Yes.
Do you remember the Lord of the Rings one when she
I
kept
do.
calling him young diddly do
Yeah.
and young
Oh.
dildo? I fucking love that French and Saunders. Sorry,
Oh,
that's-
they're so good. So
I've actually got like a DVD box set that Jensen got me, and I like watching them. But the Misery one. Now that I've read the book,
yes.
perfection.
So good.
So good. I mean, she's such a good Annie Wilkes. Like, if they would,
Yes.
she would have been good. Like, even without comedy, I fucking love Dawn French and
She's
Jennifer
hilarious.
Saunders, both of them.
I
They had
remember
like-
the one from like years ago that Don French done, and it was just like, "You're a woman, Harry," and Harry's just like, "I'm a what?"
Yeah.
He's just like, I don't know why, but whenever I look at Harry Potter or anything, I'm like, you're a woman, Harry. I'm like, I don't know why. That just lives in my head forever now. Like,
They did a great parody of Silence of the Lambs as well.
I can't think of that one.
Oh God. Jennifer Saunders was Jodie Foster's character. And she just did a brilliant impression. And then Dawn French was Hannibal Lecter.
Buffalo Bill.
Absolutely brilliant. So good. The Dawn French show used to, the French and Saunders show used to just be like one of my favourite things. And they did a podcast. You can get a podcast from them on Audible, and it's called the best podcast name ever. It's called French and Saunders Titting About.
Great.
And it's just teammates titting about for half an hour. It's great.
Aye.
I've not seen French and Saunders in so long that I'm wondering if it's actually streaming on anything. Like, just in general.
They're so funny. They're
so good.
They have like a direct link to my funny bone. Like they literally like walk on and I'm like, ha. Brilliant.
I don't see anything saying that they're actually on any streaming sites, and I feel like that is not okay.
They'll probably be on like BritBox or something.
Fucking BritBox.
Does anyone actually use BritBox? Is that like a thing people actually use?
Person.
Because I don't think I've ever heard a single person in my life ever say that they've ever used BritBox. But like,
no, I don't think I've ever met anybody, spoken to anybody that's ever used it.
Not me either.
Shite.
nope. And Selfie's just there like, I don't know what BritBox is.
Exactly. I have no clue what you're talking about.
They took like loads of shows that used to be on like BBC and ITV, and they made them like accessible in one place. And I'm like, but you have to pay for it. And it's like, but they were free on TV.
Also, just a reminder
I mean?
that you
Like,
get BBC iPlayer for free, and you get STV Player. Well, is it ITV Player where you are, Jen?
ITV Player, yeah.
Okay, well, STV Player because we're Scottish. So the STV Player that we also get for free. So like,
why am I
paying
paying?
the BritBox?
Like, why
You've
would
got
they
4
do
on
that?
demand, which is free. It just makes zero sense.
And they're like, oh, because it's like stuff from the past. All right, well, I'll watch stuff from now.
Just play the reruns, and then I can watch it on whatever player. Like, what are you doing?
It's like I refuse to pay for something. I would refuse to pay for something just to watch like Friends, because I have it on box set, and also it's literally on telly every day.
Mm-hmm.
So why would you pay extra?
Ken, what I'm terrible for though, like see through Amazon Prime, Ken, how they have like all the different channels that you can buy. See when they're like, oh, have this other trial, like this other channel for free. I'm like, done, mate. And then like they email me when my free trial's expiring, and then I just didn't cancel it. And then I have all these channels on my Prime that I'm paying for, and I'm like, no, I don't even watch anything.
I've never used it before in my life.
Aye.
I'm so bad for literally signing up to something, getting the free trial, right? And then half an hour after it said the free trial, I'll cancel it because it'll go, you've still got till the end of the trial. And I'm like, good, okay, that was all I wanted it for. So I'll literally get the trial straight away, get rid of it, and be like, I'm just going to binge whatever I wanted to watch within this 30-day period. Like,
the first thing I do when I set a free trial is I set a reminder for about 3 days before it's due to expire. Then I go in and cancel. And then when it says, what's your reason? I'm like, it's too expensive. And they're like, oh, do you want another month for free? Like, yes, I do actually. And then I take the free month and then I go, cancel. I'll take your free month and then back you.
The only one I'm happy to spend money on is Netflix, and that's like because I actually do watch a lot of Netflix like every month, and I'm like, I'm fine with Netflix. But except from Netflix, I'm like, my mum pays for Disney Plus because I don't ever watch it, so I'll just use hers whenever I want to. And even then, she doesn't really use it, so I don't even know why we have it. And then literally, I've got Prime, but that's only because I literally use it for Amazon just in general. So I'm
Yeah.
like, at least it kind of works out. You get Prime added in with everything else that Amazon gives you. It's like, do you want to wait 5 days for delivery, or do you want 1 day delivery plus a whole entire streaming network? And I'm like, I want that one.
Yeah.
Makes more sense. I want that one.
Yeah.
Earlier this year, I was like, do we need all these streaming services? We've got Netflix, we've got Prime, we've got Disney, we've got Sky, and we pay extra for the sport because Danny's a sport fan. And I was like, do we really need all this stuff? And then I was like, well, I can't really cancel Disney Plus because that's where all the Marvel stuff is, and Jensen watches it. And I don't really want to cancel Netflix because I've got quite a lot of the shows. And I was like, well, maybe I could cancel Amazon, but we do use it quite a lot, but we need to cut back on like what I'm ordering. And then I was like, no, can't cancel Amazon because the boys. Like, I will pay for Amazon just for the boys.
Yes.
I need my Carl Urban fix, okay?
I love Carl Urban. I've not
Me
watched The Boys yet,
too.
but I love Carl Urban. But I've like grown up with Carl Urban. Like, since like Hercules days when he was like a tiny baby. And, like,
Yeah.
you see him so young and you're like, baby Carl Urban. Love it. Yeah. I've known him since like those days. So I'm like, I just love him so much.
Yeah. And he's been in everything.
Pretty
I've
much,
never
yeah.
seen that of Smack the Pony.
Oh, Smack the Pony was so good.
Or have
So
I? I might have done. But Carl Urban has been in like every franchise. He was in Lord of the Rings, Star Trek, The Boys. I know it's not a franchise, but it should be. Marvel. Like all the big ones he's been in.
I'm gonna have a look, see what franchises he's not in. Give me a minute.
He's even got a cameo in Star Wars. An unregistered
Does he?
cameo. He was a stormtrooper.
Oh.
I think it's the one that J.J. Abrams directed, and I think he was visiting, and he was like, "Do you want to be a stormtrooper?" And he was like, "Fuck yeah!" So he put him in a stormtrooper, and he was in the film.
Love that.
So he's officially been in everything, and he was also in one of the lowest rated films, which I think is brilliant, which is Doom, with The Rock.
Yeah. I've not seen that in ages, but I actually kind of like that one.
I love that film.
Let me have a look.
Not
He's
seen
only
that.
been in 52 things, but it seems like he's been in everything.
Only.
He's been in Batman. He was like a voice in a video game for Batman, so he's in the Batman franchise somewhere along there. So he's
DC.
in that.
Tick.
Star Wars.
Tick.
You've got Marvel, Star Trek. I forgot he was in Riddick.
Yeah, Riddick, yeah. Sorry, I thought you said Reddit. And I was like,
No. Lord of
I was
the
like, what?
Rings, Xena,
Oh,
Hercules.
Xena. No, there was a show.
I got the box set from my mum at Christmas and we're just slowly making our way through it, and I forgot how much I'm in love with Aries. I was like, Aries, come here. Aries is like, 10 out of 10 right there. I can't believe he died so young though, the actor.
No, he doesn't. He plays my favourite character in Star Trek.
Aww.
You can't have Bones is my favourite.
Bones is
I
wonderful.
like him quite a lot.
I always really like Scotty. Scotty's always been my favourite, but then Bones is a very close second for me.
Yeah. I like Bones because he's sarcastic and grumpy, and I can relate.
It's really confusing because Scotty is actually meant to be Canadian. And I'm like, so what happened there? No joke, Scotty is meant to be Canadian. And it's like, I don't understand what happened. But they made him the biggest Scotsman ever. Like, I don't know what their intention was, but they screwed up that Canadianness.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah. The original series with Scotty and stuff, Scotty is meant to be Canadian.
Wow.
And they done it so badly wrong, they made him a Scotsman. I mean, that sounds better. We'll just make him Scottish because don't know where the Canadian part went.
I mean,
Out
I
the
know
window.
in some places in Scotland we do say a boot, but like, I don't feel like that's enough of a connection.
They said, "Oh, you've got to use the accent that goes a boot," and he got confused. And he just came in as Scottish, and they were like, "Montgomery
Well,
Scotty, yeah."
let's go with that. We'll go for it. It'll work out. It'll work out.
Right, it'll be fine.
Right, shall we go for another sprint?
Yes.
Are we wanting to do another half an hour, or we want to do 45 minutes? What are we thinking?
45.
I'm good with
I'm
anything.
good for 45.
I'm good with 45. Let me do my wee do that.
I'm ready.
Did Silky actually say a time?
What? No,
I think
just
she's froze.
nodded along, and I was like, "Yes, let's do it."
Go for it.
Oh, okay. I was like, I swear she's not said anything in ages.
That's because I've been chatting shit.
We always just do this though, didn't we? We're the worst, man. Right,
I know.
let's go.
Do it.
Hello.
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 Hello, Liv.
Hello. Thanks for having me. Good morning or good evening.
I
you
know,
guys.
good morning.
Good
What is it, like 7 o'clock in the morning there or something?
6 o'clock.
That's good.
Nah, would not be waking up at 6 a.m. for nothing. Don't wake up that early for work. Too early.
I've got nowhere to go. I'm in isolation, so I've got nothing to be awake for. May as well be up.
I like that. I've got nothing to be awake for. I'm just there like, go to bed. Go to bed.
How did everybody on?
So if we're doing it still for me for chapters, I read 9 chapters.
Oh,
I read
Amazing.
9 pages.
What's
Imagine
everyone
a-
reading?
What? I'm sorry.
What
What's
about you?
everyone?
On?
I've heard like 3
I
people speaking at once and I got confused.
yeah, same here.
Sorry.
Yeah, no. At the first print, I started off with Horror Store as an audiobook. But then I ran out of things to do whilst listening to it, so I paused that. And then for this sprint, I did The Prison Healer instead.
How is it? 'Cause I have it on my Kindle, but I've not started it yet.
The Prison Healer
Yeah,
or Horror Store? The Prison
no,
Healer.
Prison Healer.
I really like it. It's very YA, but I like it. There was a lot of things in it that I wasn't expecting because I was going into it expecting a lot of enemies to lovers and a lot of badass mean characters, I guess. But I got a completely different thing, and I really like being in this prison with the main character. She's really cool, and also the side characters, all of them are very unique to me in some sense, so I really like it. And it's a little bit more, in my opinion at least, unique than some of the other YAs that I've recently read. So I like it, but it might not be for everyone. I mean, somebody who reads maybe a little bit more of a mix of adult and YA could potentially look at it and be like, oh, that's very YA. What are you talking about? You don't know a damn thing. So I really don't know. All I know is that I really like it.
Good.
So
The main question is though, why didn't you continue to read Horror Store with your eyes?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Because-
Bizarre.
No. Because it took me so damn long to read the first like 20 pages when I started it the other day. And I was like, I know I had 1 credit left on one of the audio book things where I had a free trial. And I was like, should I just go there and find that and then have it as like an audiobook for once? So I decided to do that instead.
Or you could listen to the audiobook whilst you read it with your eyes.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
I
but
just
then
think we should read
I
it.
cannot I cannot do that because then the audiobook will just be too slow, and if I speed it up then the point of having the audiobook isn't really there because then they speak too fast, so I don't understand what they're saying anyways. But if
You know what
I'm
I'm hearing?
reading along,
You know what I'm hearing?
if I'm reading along, a lot of
I'm hearing
excuses.
a lot of excuses. You pick up
But
that
if
book.
I'm reading along, I will just sit and wait for them to get to the specific part, and I'm like, okay, now I can turn the page, and then I'm stressing about that, and it makes no sense. But when I do audiobooks, I do other stuff instead.
I just want you to read Grey Hendrix. That's all I ask.
I know.
And then there's me who still never read Grady Hendrix and
Neither.
knows that Gemma is
Neither.
dodging
You're next
hard.
on my list. You're next on my list.
No.
I'm
If
coming
it
for
haven't
you.
helps,
read
I don't
any.
own any. I don't own any.
I
So
can
it's not
fix
like
that.
I don't own any. So I can't. So it's not like high on my Because usually when I do
You
my
feel free
TBR
to
games
stick
and
them on
stuff,
your wish list, and I'll make it happen. Okay?
okay.
I think I do. I think I own
Because
one.
I've got, because usually
But-
I go for my physical books before anything else, or like my physical Kindle, because I've got them like all together in my Goodreads. So I go through them first before I then start looking at library books and stuff. So if I don't own any Grady Hendrix, it's just going to take me so much longer before I actually get to one.
I have a solution. Buy them.
I know, but I don't know whether I'd like them or not. That's the
Nick,
problem.
I'm sorry. I'm like a broken record. I just really like Grady Hendrix. I just want everyone to read
Goodness,
them.
I'm right there with you, so like, aye.
I'm like, I have them all. Like, I will. You tell me the sort of thing you like. I'll pick one for you. I'll send it to you. It's fine.
But
Is-
you know that I like really gory horror, and I don't think he has any really gory horror.
Yes, he
No.
does.
That's not gory.
Yeah, but I like splatterpunk, torture, porn, essential like horror, like very, very, very horror. Like the more blood and guts I see and read about, the more I'm enjoying that horror. And I don't think he
Do you
has
think-
any of them.
Considering what we spoke about on Sunday, do you think you would enjoy cows?
I don't know. I feel like
No.
I'd be very I feel like I'd be very disturbed by it, but I feel like that would intrigue me about it. Does that make sense?
I think it's safe to say I've DNF'd it. You know, I keep saying like I might go back to it later in the month, but
You're not. You're
I'm
not.
not going to do that. I'm not going
I
to do
feel
that.
so. Hearing what I have heard about it, I don't want to pick it up. But if I was reading it, I feel like I'd just be like, "How much worse can this get?" You know?
That's my fear.
Because that
how-
would intrigue
how
me.
much
I'd be like,
worse
I
is
need
this
to
gonna
know.
get?
I need to know how much worse this book can get. So that would
Because
push me through it. But
one
knowing
of
what I
the
know
ways-
about it, I'm never going to pick that up. So
One of the books I'm so like keen to get to is The Troop. So I like gory stuff. Nick Cutter. It's supposed to be like really gory. That's fine. This
I've
is
got that
not
on my wish
gory.
list.
I just bought it. I mean, I didn't buy books. That would be
Right,
stupid.
I'm gonna buy it and we'll do a book read then.
Basically, I got a £50
Gemma buying
Amazon
books. That's
voucher
not a
from
thing.
work.
Wait, Gemma
Well-
doesn't buy books. She only buys mangas.
Well, it's funny you say that. I had a £50 Amazon voucher from work, and this is what I purchased with it.
And how many of them are mangas?
4. four volumes of The Promised Neverland.
Ooh.
Only 4 mangas, Gemma? I feel
It's
disappointed.
very good.
Like,
And then
I
got
feel
that 'cause that's the
disappointed. I
last
was
one
expecting
in there.
more.
Oh, I've got Hydra.
Well, I've ended up with the rest of the series through Abominable Book Club, pretty much. So I bought the missing one, and then I got The Troop, and then I got Manhunt, and I just love this cover. It makes me laugh.
Oh, I can't wait to read Manhunt. I've got that on my wish
I
list.
like the title. The title
Yeah,
makes me want to pick it up, but I have
it's,
no idea what
yeah.
it is.
Yes.
It's it's about in like a post-apocalyptic world. It's about women and transgender men fighting against rabid men, basically.
Oh yeah.
No, it's
Adding that
essentially
to
what
my
Akasha
TBR.
wanted to do. It's essentially Akasha, but in a more actiony
But done
way.
better, I hope. Done better.
Is essentially what you're telling me.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm really
Wait,
excited. about
Who's it by?
It's by Gretchen Falker
Oh,
Martin.
perfect. Thank you. Got it.
If it's got a bag of plums on it, if it's got a couple of plums on it.
Oh, it does too. I thought that was like a flashlight or something.
Oh,
Right, it's
sorry.
on my
I
list.
need to sit.
So happy to add stuff to people's TBRs. You're welcome.
No, I have 3 more books I need to read.
I'll
What
add
are
it
you
to my
reading?
wish
Well,
list, but whenever I get to it, it's a different matter, you know?
Yeah.
My wish list is like unnecessarily long. I'm pretty sure I have Grady Hendrix in it. Somewhere.
No, I'm poor. But maybe after payday.
Yeah,
I'm like somewhere in
feel
there. I
that.
think I've got one of them.
I like
don't-
reached for my phone and I was like, no.
Which one do you think I would like most? Because you kind of know my reading style, Gemma.
I'm leaning towards My Best Friend's Exorcism.
Okay.
For you. It's set in the 80s and it's about some teenage girls, and one of them gets separated from the others on a sleepover. And that has some, it's not overly gory, but it has some like weird moments.
Yeah.
So I feel like that would be a good one for you. I need to do a video about Grady Hendrix because I keep saying I'm going to do one.
We actually do.
Yes, please do.
I'm such a fangirl. I'm like, hey, have you heard about Grady Hendrix? You should read him.
The only one that I had on my wish list was the Final Girl support group.
That's the only Grady Hendrix I own. I've heard people don't like that one as much though.
I really enjoyed it, but it wasn't like, it's no gross horror, so I don't think it's actually scary. It's more psychological, I'd say.
But I'm really into
honest, I wouldn't class a lot of Grady Hendrix as horror. Like he's billed as horror, but it depends on what you're looking for in a horror, because a lot of them, like, maybe not, but they have the elements in that I can see why they get classed as horror, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because I like horror films and stuff, and then the Final Girl support group kind of intrigues me for that reason, because I don't like horror films, which is why I was like, maybe that one's a good road to go down. Also, I put My Best Friend's Exorcism on my wish list. So
the Final Girl support group is definitely like a good, like an ode to the slasher film, The Final Girl. I think it does really, really good with that. Like it plays on a lot of the stereotypes, and they all kind of get
like slasher films.
Yeah, I thought it was really good. I really enjoyed it.
It was a 5-star for me.
Yeah,
okay, so it would be okay
that
to start
one and the other one. What's the other one? That's like very similar.
The Final Girls.
Is it
there a book called The Final Girls?
Oh, what by someone?
Yeah, it was like two that came out because it was his, and someone else came out at a very similar time.
There's one with it's got a similar title, right?
Yeah. Oh, I don't think it came out at the same time. I thought you was talking about The Last Final Girl by Stephen Graham Jones. Or maybe My Heart is a Chainsaw.
Maybe.
By Stephen Graham Jones.
I know they came out at very similar times and had a very similar premise.
Yeah.
So I always got confused.
It might be that because The Last Final Girl came out a while ago and I don't think it works. And I think My Heart is a Chainsaw has a very similar premise. And I think Stephen Graham Jones has taken the bits that did work and has reworked them into a more traditional novel. But I haven't read it yet. I've got it, but I haven't read it yet because well, the thing is, I was so convinced that Stephen Graham Jones was going to be an author I would really like, and then I read the Last Final Girl, and I'm like, oh no, this is not a good start for us. So I'm now really scared to pick up anything else, even though
that's like
really
me with Stephen King.
Yeah, it's hard when you've had. If there's a prompt,
I'm sorry, Amy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. I just gloss over it at this point. Like,
to be fair, the first one I ever read by Stephen King, and the only one I've read by Stephen King, is From a Buick-8.
Yeah. See, I'd never even heard of that until you gave it to me.
See?
We found it. I'd never even heard of it, and I feel like you're missing out because I think that Stephen King books are hit and miss, and like not all of them are going to be for every person. I think you just picked one that
read Misery. For you.
Read Misery. I tell everyone, anyone that's like not into Stephen King, I'm like, read Misery.
Read Misery. Misery is
my mum has Misery. My mum owns Misery, so I could use her copy.
Please do.
Tell you, it'll change everything.
It will.
If not, I'll just stick to the movies. If not, I'll just be like, I'll just stick to the movies. Especially Green Mile, because I love the Green Mile movie so much.
Ange agrees with us.
Yes.
See?
Ange has cosplayed Annie Wilkes on her channel.
Really? I need to find that video. Annie Wilkes is like one of the.
I really like the film for Misery.
I haven't seen it.
Wait, you've not seen it?
No, because I wanted
the
to read
part
the
where
book first,
I mean, it's not a
and I'm glad I
spoiler.
did.
If it's the
I
most
just
known
haven't got
thing.
around to them.
The most known thing about that film is the part where he smashes a knee, and that's just
Yeah.
so. I just love that part so much. I've not seen it in years, and I'm like, I could totally just watch that knee smash on repeat. Like, I don't know what that says about me, but smash the knee.
It says a lot about you. But honestly, the way it's written, it's so like claustrophobic and tense. So highly recommend.
I definitely. But the film is great as well. I would
It's on
recommend.
my list. I really want
Alright,
to watch it. I
looking
really
it up.
want to watch The Shining. Because now I've read The Shining, I'm like, oh, they're basically different things. They just
Yeah.
have the same name. They're not
It's more like
related.
that with Misery though. Misery is done so well.
Yeah.
So well. Aye.
So now I really want to rewatch it and be like, oh yeah, none of this is in the book.
And I can't even go back and reread Misery now without imagining Kathy Bates. Like,
Yeah.
no, it's a great casting.
Yeah, I've only seen clips and I was like imagining her straight off.
Aye.
Or Dawn French.
Or-
From the parody.
That's two very, very different vibes, Gemma.
Dawn did a great job. She did a great job.
Right, shall we go for another wee sprint?
Yes.
Sounds good.
Yes.
What are you
let's
going to
do
read,
it.
Liv?
Oh yeah. Are we starting Thunderhead by Neil Schusterman?
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
yay.
oh. I thought the last one was the least hated. I thought this was like the favorite one. And then
Oh.
the
Well,
no.
see,
Uh-oh.
me and Thunderhead did not get on. Me and Thunderhead did not
okay.
get on.
I
I adored Scythe, and it was like my favorite read of last year. Scythe, I adored it, and
Scythe is really
then Thunderhead was like a 2 stars for me. It got pushed up to a 4 by the
Ooh.
last 50 pages. That was going to be a 2
Ooh.
stars, and then I
Damn.
gave the Toll 4 stars. So I didn't get on with
Oh.
Thunderhead. Me and
Ooh.
Thunderhead
We
are not
are
friends.
reversed. We are reversed. I did
But it's
not.
because I
Yeah.
hated one.
Oh,
So we meet a new character in this one. That's not
Right.
that's not a spoiler. So we're basically following
Yeah.
like a new character for most of that book, and I hated them, and
Oh.
I it didn't help. So
No.
for 90%
I'll
of
be
that
honest
book was
with
just following this one person I hated. Like, get off my page.
enjoy, Liv.
See,
That'll be interesting. We'll see if you like them. Everyone else was like,
I've
I don't
heard-
mind them, and I'm like, I hate them. Like, literally, it's become a thing on between me and so I have a book club, right? So it's become a thing where it's like, how much do you hate the character between the person from Thunderhead and you like them, because they might be my most hated book character I've ever read in my
Shit.
life. Like, I just
Really?
hated them.
See,
You
I've
have
heard the
issues.
opposite. I've heard everyone
It's
say they
great.
like loved Thunderhead and hated the Toll. The
Yeah.
last one.
I
I can
gave
understand
read
why
any
people
of
hate
them
the
yet.
Toll, though.
I've got them all on my shelf.
I gave
Let's read
Sci-Fi
Scythe. Scythe's the
Head
best
5,
one.
and then the Toll went down to a 3. So still like not terrible,
Yeah.
but it was 2 stars less than the rest of the series.
I'll be
Okay,
Good luck.
interested to see what you think of Thunderhead. I'll need to know what you think of the character, because it's
Okay,
very
alright.
different between me and
I'll
Jem on
let you
that.
know.
Well, we
We'll
go for
see,
46
we'll see.
minutes again.
Yeah, boy.
Whoop, whoop. Let me do this wee bad boy.
It's my good books, bad endings tag. It's not about
That was the
misery.
one
I
where
don't
she
know
was
that
Annie
anymore.
Wilkes. Right. Let's go then, chat. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
On.
Hello.
I read
Good.
26. I read 26 pages. I'm happy with that, especially as I was like, I don't know what's happening anymore. But that's more a me thing, because
I'm surprised you can even make sense of words, Ashley.
I'm like going through them. It kind of helps that like, are you Australian, Liv?
I am.
Or are you? Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And so like everyone's kind of like slower speaking compared to you, Amy. So I can kind of understand. It's not a bad thing. It's just Scottish people speak fast. So I'm like, it's slowed down. I can understand. We're good.
I love tipsy Ashley.
Oh, it's getting to drunk, Ashley. I'm like wandering away.
You
No
come back
joke.
for the next print and it would just be Ashley like this.
I'm on my. I've drank 3.5 vodkas. I'm on my 4th,
Oh,
and I started on the first sprint. So
Tuesday night, Ashley.
yeah, but I just finished 7 days straight of working, and now it's my 2 days off.
Celebrating.
Pretty much.
I read about 40% of Sour Candy.
You enjoying it? Is that the really
Yeah.
short one? The like 100-page one?
It's like 84 pages. So, 40% sounds really good, Ashley. I let you get away with your chapters. Bring me down.
No, I just said, how is it? And then I asked if it was the one that was like 100 pages. I didn't judge.
Yeah, sure. It's really good. It's got a creepy kid in it.
Oh,
Oh
I love
no,
it.
I can't be dealing with that.
Love a
creepy
creepy
kids.
kid.
Hi, if you haven't read it, I haven't read it, Amy, no?
No.
As I say, I'm like just over halfway through. I'm at 59%. I would
You
add
said
it to
you're
your
on
list.
40%.
No, I read 40%.
Oh,
Come on,
okay.
Ashley.
I was like, that is a big jump in comparison.
Come on, kids, you can do it. Yeah, I would add it to your list, Amy, because I think you'll like it.
I'm doing it as we speak.
You have Kindle Unlimited?
I don't.
Oh, get a free trial. No, honestly, that's what I did. I got a free trial and then they extended it by like 3 months. I think they gave me a free trial and then I tried to cancel it and they was like, do you want 3 months for $7.99 in total? And I was like, yeah.
I absolutely do.
And there is
The
so
best one.
many, yes. And there's
Right.
so many horror books on there that I didn't realise about. And I keep seeing all these horror books and going to add to my wish list. And they're like, oh, they're on Kindle Unlimited. And I'm like, okay, I'll add them to that wish list then. I'll read it for free. Oh, that's good. So yeah. Pro tip.
Nice.
Free trial, cancel, get more freebies.
That's maybe a mini party. I don't know what I'm doing anymore.
Really?
I read about 50 pages and I haven't been introduced to that new character yet.
When did they come into it?
So far, I've just read from Citra and Rowan's and some Scythe in the first chapter. What was their name?
You'll get to them very soon. Oh, he's on chapter 10. I saw his name. That's the first thing I saw.
Oh, okay. I'm 4 chapters away from that then. I'm on chapter 6.
He might be in before that, but that's definitely
I
when
like
he
that
is in.
both Jim and Ashley went to get their books out.
Yeah, you guys were ready.
They're just like, I need to figure out when this happens.
When do they appear? No,
We're on it.
I
We'll find them.
You
don't
wouldn't
know
even know.
how I
I was like,
feel
this is,
about.
Oh, sorry, Liv.
No, all good. I don't know how I feel about reading from someone else's perspective because I just want to read from Rowan's perspective.
Yeah,
Like,
I
that's the only
think he
perspective I
is
wanna
first
read
in
from.
at chapter 10. I think.
I like
okay.
Rowan. Rowan
Yeah.
was my favourite. Yeah.
Me too. I love
His
me
perspective is always the best.
Yeah, I think his perspective is the most interesting.
Yeah, 100%. I agree.
Sure. So I don't know how I feel about not reading from his perspective and someone else's. We'll see how I feel about this character.
Yeah, they're definitely
so
in chapter
cute.
10. I think that's the first one where we see their perspective is chapter 10.
Alright, how many pages away is that?
It's on page 97, if that helps.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Ashley was like so quick with the facts.
I love that. I love that. Basically, drunk me can find the stuff so much faster than sober me. Strangely enough, I make really good decisions when I'm drunk. So, like, no
Can't
joke.
relate.
I hadn't spoke to my friend in 3 weeks or something, right? And I phoned them when drunk and was like, "Why just won't you speak to me at least? If you hate me, tell me." The next day we spoke back to normal. And for I was like, drunk me knows how to get stuff done. Sober me is too
Ashley.
shy to do anything.
I hate to put you into disrepute, but I think you'll find he first appears in chapter 8.
Oh.
No, but I don't think that's from his perspective though.
I think it is.
Is it?
Is his name Grayson? I'm just trying to look without spoiling.
Oh yeah, it is chapter 8. I thought chapter 8 and well, he is.
I mean, it's not really fair though, is it? Because she's drunk, so it's not. I'm using that to my advantage.
To be fair, he is in it before that for like a minute.
Yeah.
Approximately a minute.
Literally about 30 seconds he's in it. Like
I was
before
like,
that.
this is very unusual for my books because you can't tell this has been read. Like I've not cracked the spine, and then I remembered it's because I did them all via audiobook in the end. So that was actually the point of me buying those.
I mean, mine's is pretty intact. No creases.
Silka, how much did you get paid?
Look, nothing.
So I have no idea how many pages I read because I did not look at the page number when I started. It was a little bit too interesting, so I have no idea how
That's
much
good.
I read.
Like,
Yeah, and I'm at that point where I really want to talk about it, but everything that just happened is really, really, really spoilery, so I can't do that.
Oh.
So now I'm just gonna go rant to Marcus about what just happened, and he's not gonna care at all, but he listens, and that's enough. That's fine. I accept that.
you can rant in a voice note to me because I'm not going to read it.
I'll remember that. I'll do that. You can expect
Feel
that
free.
to happen.
It's not on my list, so you spoil away.
That's good. That's good. I'll do that.
I'm always like that. Like I think it was Lisa was like, "Oh my god, something just happened in this book, but I don't have anyone to talk about it." I was like, "I'm not going to read it. Tell me, because
That's good
I'm not
to
going
know.
to read it, but I'm nosy and I want to know. I want to know what happened. I just don't want to read it to find out. So you tell me."
All
I
right,
read about 60 pages.
60.
Yeah.
What are
What are you
now?
reading?
I'm reading the next Suki Stackhouse book, Dead to the World. Oh,
Me
the
too.
Thunderhead. That's promising.
Yes, that is encouraging.
No.
No, still not.
Not
Lovely
for
call.
me. I'm good.
Bye, Ange. Bye, Bethan. Hello. Oh, a 40-minute chapter.
What speed are you
Thanks.
listening on?
What book
That's
is
a
that?
When we were reading Queen of the Damned, that time that we had together. I started a chapter and it was on audiobook, and the chapter was 2.5 hours long, and I was like, how?
No, thanks. I'm good.
How is this
It's a chapter.
This is like a whole book.
2.5. What the hell? I hate long chapters.
That's a
And long
novella.
chapters are the
2.5
actual
chapters is a
worst.
mini novella.
Yeah,
They
I
really
love
are.
It's just
I'm
short, quick chapters.
exactly
Short
the
chapters
shorter
are
the
the
chapter,
best.
the better.
Yes.
Exactly.
yes.
I'm the middle. It depends the book.
Oh, you've always got to be different.
No, like if a lot is no, but like if a lot
I
is
like
happening.
Thunderhead. I like middle.
No, I tend to prefer like 10 to 15 pages is my like my best. But like if it's like very relevant for that chapter, so say like the person's like gone into a spooky house and it's all like the same thing that's happening, then I understand it being one chapter before moving on to the next thing. But
Yeah.
if they're over like 25, 30 pages, I'm like, right, give it a rest.
Yeah.
Make the point made, move on, because it's getting too long now.
Hang on. It was Daniel's chapter, right?
Oh, I don't like Daniel.
I know
I think
you
his
don't.
was like 50 pages or something, and I just wanted to cry.
Wow. No. I don't mind a longer chapter, but no like 2.5 hours. Like that's excessive.
Where's chapter 5? Oh, there's chapter 6.
Usually before that then.
Thank you. I work in accounts. I know my numbers.
Do you though? Do you?
Sure. I can't find which chapter it was, but it was long.
I'm on the same amount of vodkas as the chapter you're looking for, Gemma. Let's see if you can hit it before I finish this vodka.
I found 5. I've moved on. What's this one? I'm so confused.
Where's my book? There it is. I've got everything it had.
How? Like, how do you not?
I'm very good at this. I'll find it before Gem this time. I swear to God I will.
That surely can't be it.
It's
I don't
chapter
know.
4.
That was the longest one for me. That's the longest one I can find, but that's only 60 pages. That's quite a long chapter. I don't know which one was 2.5 hours, but I'm not gonna read it again to find out for you. Take my word.
Yeah.
I think it would have been the story of Jesse, the Great Family, and the Talamasca. Because
Yeah,
that's 60
I think that was
pages.
the one. Yeah,
So that's the longest
think it was the
chapter in
one.
the book.
Didn't need to be that long. In fact, the whole book didn't need to be that long. But we're not going to go through this again. I'm over it. I've made peace with it.
You like to help me really though.
I have. 100%. I'm absolutely fine about it. I'm going to go watch the film.
You seem
on
fine.
camera.
You seem
I am.
fine.
I'm like Ross. I'm fine. I'm fine. I don't know why my voice is all high and squeaky, because seriously, I'm fine.
I'm fine.
Oh, fucking love friends.
That's how I feel right now. I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm completely fine.
Yeah.
Should I do a 6th vodka?
No.
Yes.
Why not?
I'm literally
think
like
that
so
would be a
close to this
good
5th one
idea.
being done, and I'm like, I could totally do another.
Go for it.
I just remembered I have caramel digestives downstairs.
Oh.
I just remembered I do actually have work tomorrow.
Could you imagine? I'd be like, I'm not doing it. No.
I'm sick. Gosh,
I don't know what my dog's doing. What are you doing? Also, can I eat biscuits tonight? Please.
You don't have to
Honestly,
ask
see
every
whenever I know it sounds like a big dog for biscuits, but see whenever I'm drunk and I try and eat a biscuit, he will literally just take it from my hand and eat it every single time. He's like, "No, did you see what you did to yourself? You wallow in that pain. These are my biscuits now." But he won't do it if I'm sober. It's just when I'm drunk. He's like, "No, you must suffer. Like
because you're
you
an
know what
easier
you did."
target because you lose all hand-eye coordination. You're like this. Oh no, you took my biscuit.
No, I once had a biscuit in my mouth and I was like literally eating a giant cookie, right? My mum was like sitting on the other end of the sofa and I was just like eating this cookie. My dog literally put his paws on me, took it off of me and ran away and ate it. So I got out another cookie and he did the same thing. And he was like, "No, you're drunk. Deal with what you did to yourself. You're getting no sweet treats."
If you'd have been sober, you would have been like, it's my cookie.
No, if I'm sober, he won't even put his paws on me when I'm eating. He'll lie at the other end of the room and go sleep.
That's because he knows you get the.
That's because he knows. He's like, no, sober you is good. You can have treats. No, you're drunk. Wallow in what you did. Wallow in self-pity. Like, I don't want
think, like,
it.
when you're
I want my
drunk, you should have more
biscuits.
treats. Surely, like when you're drunk, that's when all the treats should come out. I reckon.
I usually eat healthy when I'm drunk.
Out.
Usually when I'm drunk, I really want fruit salads, and I don't know why.
Wow. You're
I
like
think I want.
the opposite.
I think it's my body wants the vitamins to try and like replenish itself, so I just start craving healthy stuff instead of greasy stuff.
No, my body
No,
just
greasy.
needs alcohol and bad decisions.
Gemma's gone. She's like, "What do you mean that you crave healthy things when you're drunk?" I don't know. I just do. Like anytime I come home drunk, I'm always like, "I'm going to make a stir fry." Like I'm going to get. My mom's just there like, "No, you're not. You're going to bed." And I'm like, "No, we make healthy meals now, right?" So apparently
We
all
make
my productivity comes out when I'm drunk. As I said, good decisions. And then sober me cannot be bothered with all that effort. So I should just be drunk all the time.
I'll
Works
accept
for me.
pizza. No stir fry, no fruit salad, pizza, kebab, cheesy chips. Those are your options.
Bacon rolls.
Exactly.
Chicken nuggies.
Yes, I'll accept chicken
Yes.
nuggets 100%. They are good.
Yes.
I like a bacon roll when I'm steaming.
That's hangover cure. That is
So good.
bacon
I
roll
always
or
go for pizza and then I eat it on the way home. And that's
Danny come home
fun.
steaming the other day and just had like a giant pizza and was like, "Do you want any?" And I was like, "I've had dinner," but I was tempted. It smelled really
I've
good.
had dinner. What excuse is that, Gemma?
Yeah,
And
What
also,
excuse?
you know what, he was
If
like,
someone
"Oh, do you
offers
want
pizza,
some?"
you take the damn pizza, Gemma. You take.
He was like, "Oh, do you want some?" And it did smell good, but I just had a feeling it was hard to get out of him because he was pissed what was on it, and I had a feeling, and there was mushrooms under the cheese.
I like
which
a
is
mushroom.
acceptable. No,
They don't taste
like-
like anything though.
I don't like mushrooms if I can taste the mushroom. So, like for example, like on pizza or like on the side of like a plate, I don't like it. But see if it's like made into like a curry or something where it's got so much of the other flavors, so you can't taste it at
You
all.
can't taste it.
I like
yeah.
them then.
it's not the flavour; it's the texture for me.
Yeah, but you don't even feel the
That's
texture or
fair.
anything if
Oh, you
it's,
do.
it's in a curry.
You do.
I like
Depends how it's cut.
if I get pizza with loads of mushrooms on it. Simon doesn't like mushrooms, then it means I can't eat my leftovers, and then it's not good for me.
But you
So
can
it's
just pick them off.
No, he's weird.
Wow.
I ran
Diabolical.
out of orange juice, but I added like vodka, so it's basically just going to be a shot of vodka with like a
Oh,
tiny
no.
flavor of orange.
Wondering
That
what
seems
you're
like the logical
drinking.
thing to do.
What?
Because you keep holding up this glass and saying it's vodka, and I'm like, that looks like Bailey's. Like, I don't know if you know your
It's
alcohol.
vodka orange.
Yeah, but it's coming across like a Bailey colour, and I was like, I think she's just confused about her alcohols.
I don't like
she's
Bailey's.
not- she doesn't
It's
know
too
what
creamy
she's
for me.
drinking.
I went through a raspberry vodka and a lime vodka.
Ooh.
I'm really tempted to go get more vodka.
You know what I think will be really interesting, right? When the live show for Black Beauty happens, and to see how much of the story you remember for these sprints. Top notch.
Oh my god, that's gonna be a good live show. You're gonna be like, there was a horse.
To be fair, I've only watched. I'll watch the film before the live show as well. You know, it's fine. I'll be like, I done that.
This is why you've done your themed book club. Why you've done recreate, because if you get pissed and you can't remember the book because you were pissed when you read it, at least you can watch the film.
It works. It works. Also, this is like 200 pages. Like, I can reread it if I need to. It's fine.
That sounds like a good use of your time.
Yeah.
I don't think I have any good use of my time at any time of the month, though, Jem. It's usually just me working. That's not good use of my time either. Like,
No, to be honest, I do keep having to have a word with myself, because every time I'm like, oh, I wonder what I should read next. I'm like, read Stolen Tongues again. You're like, no, Gemma, you just read it. Stop it.
I only found out.
Silky got you the physical copy. You can tab it. No, we have a TBR. Tab it.
I just remembered that there was a Cobra Kai video game that came out, and I was obsessed with the show, and I'm like wanting to watch it like 100 billion times. I love it. And so like I went to go get it on Xbox yesterday, and it was 75% off. And if that is not a sign that you have to buy that game ASAP, I don't know what is. You'd be like, I want to buy it 75% off. Damn right, I'm buying it right now.
I thought
Thank
you
you,
were going to say
Xbox.
75 quid, and I was like, what?
Could you imagine? I'd probably still buy it. I'd be like, you know what, screw it. I love Cobra Kai too much. It's still coming home with me.
Oh god.
Shall we go for another round?
Yeah, boy.
I think otherwise I'm going to be too drunk before the next sprint happens.
Like, we mean another round of reading, Ashley?
Yeah.
Not another round of drinks.
Did I just start doing shots of vodka for the last sprint?
Oh, Ashley, you
I'm
make me feel
out of Maxar. I've ran out of cola and I've ran out of orange juice. I'm literally just on shots of vodka now.
Ashley's going to be on the vodka diluting juice.
Oh, I have diluting! I can do that! Yes!
We've all done it. That's no lie.
I've never done it before. I don't know how it'll taste, but hopefully this turns out well.
I mean,
What
it's
is diluting?
close, but if you
Do you
get
know what
to
diluting
drink
is?
that drunk,
What do you mean you don't know what diluting is?
gosh.
Well, I said I don't know what it is. What is it?
Like the
It's
Robinson's
squash.
juice that you get, that's like orange and whatever.
What
mean
are you talking
squash?
about?
Aye.
I
but
am
we
so
call it
confused.
diluting juice.
We call it diluting.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
What the hell are you talking about?
You
I
know,
mean,
like the
cold
juice
drink.
that
I
you
feel
put
like
in and
your
then you add water.
explanation was very vague.
You know, like the juice that you pour in, and you pour in maybe like that much or
Oh,
something,
like
and then you add water
cordial?
to it.
Yes, like cordial.
Oh, like
Yeah,
cordial.
but we call it
got
diluting.
Oh.
Everything is juice in Scotland. We're like, that's juice, and that's juice, and that's just tap juice, and
These white people are weird.
Yes, we are.
we just call everything juice. If you can drink it, it's juice. Doesn't matter what it is.
Well, I can
I
give you the
swear,
Danish
my
word
whole-
for it if you want.
Go.
What?
All right.
We're all
So
waiting.
the Danish word for it is safteven.
Safteven? Safteven.
Safteven.
That sounds
Safteven.
fancy.
It's
Ooh.
basically like roughly translated to juice water.
Yeah, sounds
Safteven.
about right.
Makes
See,
sense.
even they say juice. It's fine. They say juice water.
This water makes more sense to me than diluting.
We're like,
Essentially,
you call it diluting because it needs diluting.
Diluting.
why have we not just called it juice water? Like, what? Why have we not done that?
This whole time.
Opportunity. Seems like the most best opportunity in Scotland ever.
I love it.
It's too sweet to be called juice, though. It's just like sugar. Well, in Australia, it's just like sugar.
That's all you're just in Scotland.
Really? Oh.
We just have juice,
You're
juice,
wild
juice,
people, Scott.
alcoholic juice,
We'll send you some
stuff
Ivan
juice.
Send me some diluted.
It's so bad because if I go to my friends and I'm like, "Oh, if you got the hard juice," they'll automatically know I'm on about alcohol. Like that's how much that we're just like it's just juice.
Yeah.
Just everything is juice. You got
I
the
think
hard
people
juice.
Yeah,
You
I
got
think
the
people in
diluted
Australia say
juice.
hard juice.
You got the pure juice. You got the juice. Like it's all
I
juice.
really like looking at
You got the
Jen's
tap
face right
juice.
now because she just looks so confused.
They also
She's
call
like,
water.
why? What are you
Juice.
talking about?
Why is everything just some kind of juice to you people?
My friend literally calls it tap juice,
juice.
and I'm like, how council estate are you when you call water tap juice? Like that's when you know you've hit it.
We call it council juice, but like same thing.
Water. It's water, guys.
Oh my
Water.
god.
Council
Tap
juice.
juice.
I'm very confused. Very confused. I spent my whole day being confused.
I
Because
dread
my
the day that
friends
you
at
come to
work-
Scotland, Gemma, and you'll be like, "What the hell?"
I'm gonna have a piss
We'll
and
say
pudding
like, "Do you want
Australia.
juice?" And you'll be like, "I want this," and we'll be like, "That's what we asked. Did you want juice?" Like,
I mean, like, I'll be too afraid to accept. I won't know what I'm gonna get.
give it a chance.
What kind of juice are we talking about? Tap juice? Council juice? Hard juice? I don't know. I'm just scared to accept. Seriously.
So if you're in Scotland, you know exactly which one it is, depending on the way that they say it. Like, it's wonderful. You're like, "Do you want juice?" And you're like, "Nah." No, like, "Do you want juice?" And you're like, "Yeah." Like, we know.
You just said the same thing twice. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, but you say it in different ways.
do you want juice or do you want juice? Yeah, I want
Do you
juice.
want juice or do you want juice? Like, there's two different ways of saying the same sentence, and we know which one's which.
I
I actually
you
get
lost
which
me.
Oh
You
my
lost me.
God.
Human.
The Scots are wild people.
It's the most Scottish thing ever. Like, I'm loving this. Amy's
It
Amy's
is.
the only person who's like, I understand what Ashley is on about.
I've no words. I'm juiced.
You come to
No
Scotland, it's a wild ride. You don't know what you're going to get.
Aye.
We're like a mystery box. What are you going to get? You don't know.
Is being juiced something in Scotland?
What?
Being steaming, aye.
Is that what it means?
What, being steaming?
Being juiced.
What does it mean?
Damn, you call that being steaming.
Wait, so you
Being
call
juiced.
everything else juice, but being drunk is not juiced?
No, because you're steaming at that point.
Because you're full of the hard juice. We know.
Yeah.
See?
You got to get the hard juice
getting
out.
I'm getting there. Slowly deciphering all this Scottishisms.
I feel like if you ever came up and met me and Amy, me and Amy would just be like, we're just going to confuse the hell out of Gemma and have so much fun with it. Like,
Yeah, you wouldn't know.
we'll
what
go
the-
so
don't know
Scottish,
what
and you'll be
I
like, I don't know what's happening.
confuse my Norfolk brain. I mean, I don't know what you mean. I want to go home.
Half an hour, and you're like, I don't know what's being said. And I'm like, it's fine.
Fine, I'll bring you down to Norfolk and take you to see my gran. You won't understand a fucking word she says.
Morning, Gemma.
You know that scene in Hot Fuzz, she'll say something and you'll be like, right, what did she say?
I bet you I
Okay.
could still decipher it. I bet you I could.
Maybe. Well, let's find out. I'll get my nan on the
Let's
phone.
do it.
Actually, no, I don't really like my nan, so
Right?
Brutal.
I'm not going to phone her.
Oh no.
She's just there like, why are you phoning me at 10:30 at night? What are you doing, Gem?
I haven't heard from you in 2 years. Yeah, just want you to confuse with Scottish friends.
This is descending into an episode of Jeremy Kyle. Jesus. Right. Let's run. We'll do another 45 minutes.
Sure, that gives me enough time
Sounds
to get more
good.
steam in. I can deal with that. Or just like come back just dead. I'm like, I don't know what's being even said anymore.
I think if Ashley doesn't come back, we can say that she's just face planted and fallen asleep.
I think that
Well, no, I
that's a
won't fall
fair
asleep.
assumption.
I'll just be there like a zombie. It's fine. It's fine. My dog will eat all snacks. He just crying on my. It's fine.
Ashley's so drunk, she's muting and unmuting in quick succession.
I thought that was my sound.
Like,
Hello.
Oh,
Hi.
How are we
I don't know if
doing?
you can see how red I am, but I don't read very much. I did find more Mixer.
still productive. Then.
This is the only production we need. Me finding more Mixer. I think I read 20 pages.
That's good.
I think.
Nice.
Maybe.
I love that you have no idea.
I didn't put my. I usually put my bookmark in to see where I was before, but I completely forgot to put it in, so I have no idea where I was.
I
did
finished
a
book.
You
So I
finished?
think on these sprints overall, I've read over. I think I've read about 100 pages on these sprints altogether.
It's really good.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah, I finished
Ha-
Sour Candy, 5 stars.
Oh.
It was really
very
good.
nice.
That makes me so
And
excited.
I really enjoyed it. For such a short book, it really packed in quite a lot. I really enjoyed it, and I'm already going to go and look up more of his stuff.
Good.
Who was the author?
Keelan Patrick Burke. He's an Irish author, and there was one where they talked about it in the at the end called Blanky, which I've added to my list, and I just need to go and have a look through the rest of his stuff. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was really good. And then I read almost half of this volume of The Way the House Husband, which just makes me chuckle the entire way through.
So you really are reading all of the books, Gemma.
All the books, all the things tonight.
Was that book 3? Is that your third book?
I read the Buddy Read chapters of Whisper Down the Lane, all of Sour Candy, and half this. So it's been productive. Very productive evening. Yeah, it's been good.
I read another 50 pages and I finally met Grayson. But I haven't read enough to have an opinion yet.
No.
I've only just been introduced to his situation.
I don't like Grayson.
Yeah.
I do not like him one bit. I like him better in The Toll. That's all I'm going to say. Because I do actually like his character more there.
Okay.
Lost
That's
Walker.
interesting.
She said that she can't hear any of us. Oh. You can't hear us, can you?
She probably doesn't want to hear me, to be fair. I'm steaming. In the nicest way I can say that. Like, I really am. No.
Oh no.
Try refreshing. Oh yeah, she can't hear. Yeah, try refreshing. I think that's spelt right. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Jem.
I did about 60 pages, so I'm over halfway through my Suki book now.
Nice. Oh, that's nice.
Everyone's being so productive.
Nice, man. Love that. Hello?
Can you hear me? Can you hear us?
But I
Yes.
can. The thing was, when I went into the settings to check if it was my headphones that was working or not, I could hear the test sound, but I couldn't hear you. And then I went to find a YouTube video or something else, and I could hear that, but I couldn't hear any of you. So I was like, what the hell is going on?
Rude.
I know.
God.
It's like we've had enough of the random Scottish drunk girl. We're not going to let you listen to that anymore.
I buy that as the reason.
I'm
Probably,
fully
yeah.
okay with that reason. I finished my
Drink?
7th? I want to say 7th. Is it 7th? Vodka?
It's impressive. I mean, that in itself is productive.
My 7th vodka since sprint started. We're good.
I love it. Everyone
I don't know
else
if you
is
can
like
see how
reading
red I
loads.
am, but I'm literally like very red.
Literally steaming.
Genuinely.
Genuinely steaming.
It seems only right, doesn't it?
Oh,
How are you
God.
finding Nevernight? I've heard such mixed stuff about it. Like,
Is
I've
that the
heard
one
a
with
lot of mixed
footnotes?
stuff. I think so.
With who?
It says that the one that has the
Footnotes.
footnotes at the bottom.
Yeah. I haven't
Yeah,
read it, but yeah.
I've heard very mixed stuff about it.
I've heard it's annoying. I've not read it, but I've heard it's annoying trying to look at the footnotes and continuously going up and down and stuff. But I've heard if you do it by audiobook, it's better because they put them in at the right places, but it makes sense.
Gotcha.
But if you're reading it physically, it can get disjointed, I've heard.
It can't be
don't
as bad
mind
as House of
footnotes.
Leaves.
I wonder what that's like on audiobook.
God. I do need to try that book again, but my God.
What book,
Pages.
sorry?
House of Leaves. It's like a haunted house book, but it's written strange. And some of the footnotes, they start at the bottom of the page and then they go on for 2 pages. So by the time
Oh,
you
no, I
finish,
don't like that.
you're like, what are we talking about?
So then you have to. Oh, no, I don't like
What
this
was
language
that?
at all.
There it is.
Oh.
I've got a different version. Can I be bothered to get it? No.
Some things like
Oh, I hate that. That
Oh.
my brain
It's
It's
the
the
would
first
not
time
be
I've
able to
actually
handle
seen
that.
the inside of that book. 'Cause
It
I've always
has some
been.
really
I've
cool stuff
always-
inside, but I just
Ah.
I got up to page 60 and then Danny came in the bedroom and I was like wailing and he was like, what is wrong with you? And I was like, this book makes me feel stupid.
Yeah, I don't think my brain could handle that.
Yeah, I've seen people speak about it and say that like the format and stuff, but that's the first time I've ever actually seen what's like inside the book. So I was like, see this
Yeah.
book, it's formatted weird. And I'm like, well, show me a page. Like,
Yeah,
what are you doing?
Oh, I hate that. Oh, I absolutely
I
hate
love
that.
that. It's one of my
That
favorite books of all time.
I feel like it would be hard to get used to, but once you're used to it, I feel like it would be easy enough.
That's true. That's fair.
I think it would
I
just.
think once
I do
you're
want to try it
in the
again.
then you just get in it.
Hmm.
I just
I
don't
think
think
my brain would freak out trying to read that.
I think that's generally what my brain did.
Yeah,
I don't know
What's going
what
on? But you read Illumini, didn't you?
Huh?
Didn't you read Illumini and stuff? And that format's quite weird.
I do.
Yeah.
I
But it's not
it's
even
still
just in
top to
for House
bottom.
of Leaves. It's yeah, exactly. It's top to bottom. Like you don't have to like turn the book around.
No, yeah, I still naturally
Apart
go
from
that way.
one
Yeah.
spiral page.
Oh
but-
yeah, true. That's fair. That's fair.
But you're just like this.
I forgot about that.
Well, I was thinking like there's bits that go upside down and stuff. Like
Yeah, but
Okay, maybe I spoke too
have, like,
soon. Maybe I would be
it doesn't
alright.
have like 3 pages that is just a footnote, and it doesn't have. It's told like from 2 perspectives almost at the same time.
Mhm.
So it gives it, and also some of the words I was just like, I don't know what that means. It feels so stupid. But I didn't really get far enough into it. I was still in like the introduction, so I needed to
give it more of a chance.
one day.
you hadn't even
Yeah.
you hadn't even
It's
finished the
really-
introduction, Gemma. Like,
Not really, no.
before you
I
gave
don't think
up.
so. I don't think so. Yeah, that's my toxic trait, is believing that one day I will go back to that book and haul it, because I'm like, one day, me and you, we're gonna do this. I'll be 90 in the nursing home going, one day, me and you.
I will do it. I swear I will.
Well, thank you much for joining me. Will we call that an evening?
Thanks for having me. Us.
Thanks, yeah, it was fun.
Thank
You're
you.
very welcome. Thank
I'm
you for
sorry
joining
if I've made
me.
this more chaotic or if I've
Oh
been like
no,
a
please do not
nuisance.
apologise.
being
It's
drunk.
been sad. I've loved
Is
it.
it really Sprints if it's not chaotic?
I know.
Exactly.
I don't feel like it is.
It's not worth it. Otherwise.
No. Definitely not.
Well, I hope everybody has a good evening, Liv. Have a good day.
Thank you. I'm going to go have some breakfast.
I'll have everybody linked in the description box of the video. So if anybody's watching who hasn't already subscribed, to everybody who has joined, you can go and you can check out all their channels because they're brilliant.
It was nice to meet all of you in person. Well, kind of in
Yeah.
person.
Hey.